Good morning, everyone. Also, good afternoon and good evening for those of you who are tuning in. My name is Marcia Bernacat, and I'm the Director General of the Foreign Service and Director of Global Talent Management here at the Department of State. And I want to, on behalf of the 78,696 employees, more or less, to welcome you back home to the Department of State for this year's Foreign Affairs Day. It's the 59th year of a tradition that dates back to 1965, and we are so thrilled that you are here. And yes, we heard you, those of you who gave us feedback last year, and are so pleased to bring back the full slate of activities for this year's Foreign Affairs Day. We have many activities lined up for you, and I hope you'll take advantage of the various things that we have going on. Please join me at the top in thanking AFSA President Tom Yazgurdi, DACOR President Angela Dickey, and Executive Director Kyle Logden for their organization's generous support of this event throughout the years. As a foreign affairs community, we have faced so many challenges in recent years, including the pandemic. Yes, we're still talking about the pandemic. Afghanistan, Ukraine, most recently the Middle East, to name just a few. On his very first day in office, Secretary Blinken, in an almost prescient way, made a commitment to modernize American diplomacy in order to tackle not only the challenges of the day, but also to be agile enough and ready enough to respond to challenges that we can't even imagine yet. This is a very special Foreign Affairs Day because this year also marks the 100th anniversary of the Rogers Act, the pivotal legislation that modernized the Foreign Service for the 20th century. I want to make sure that you're aware that we are offering, the National Museum of American Diplomacy is offering tours this afternoon. There's a modest display, but a really rich oral history that the historian is prepared to offer you about the Rogers Act. You will be as amazed as perhaps you are, maybe appalled is too strong a word, but the motivations behind the act were very mixed, but brought us to the fundamental goal or realization that has not changed, and that is to ensure that the Foreign Service that is able to attract the nation's best, and then to sort through all of those people that we attract to choose the best among them based on merit. The modernization agenda that Secretary Blinken has embarked upon during the course of his tenure is this generation's commitment to enhance the efficiency, the effectiveness, and the adaptability to meet contemporary challenges. The Bureau of Global Talent Management, HR, has as its priorities the heart of this agenda, and we are at the heart of the agenda. The three main goals of the modernization agenda are modernizing the organization, and there's an IT piece to that. There's a risk, increasing our tolerance for risk component of that, but also modernizing the structures under which we are organized. Secondly, to empower workforce agility in every sense that you can imagine. How do we stand up a reserve corps to bring in people to augment our existing staff when there are crises? How do we make sure that people can move around our organization freely, even as they develop expertise in particular areas? And then how do we respond to all of the other crises that make up the daily living involved, but particularly in being deployed overseas, but also to include all of our civil service colleagues who provide the backbone of our work here as our locally employed staff provide the backbone of our work overseas. And then third, aspiring for greater accountability to make sure that we are not only doing right by the American people, but that we're doing right by one another. Our goals in GTM are to recruit, empower, and develop a premier diplomatic corps, and to create a more positive and conducive employee experience as we're doing so. Modernizing starts with getting the right people in the right place at the right time. And we're counting on you, all of you, to help us do just that. Since March of 2020, when our world was changed so dramatically by the pandemic and we went into quarantine, we have onboarded new hires at record levels, making up for hiring that did not occur during the last administration. But to give you a sense of how robust our hiring has been, since March of 2020, nearly a quarter of our foreign service and a third of our civil service workforce have been hired since that date. We are a very young department at the moment in terms of seniority. Hiring will continue above attrition thanks to a rock-solid commitment on the part of the Secretary and other senior leaders in spite of the latest round of budget cuts. So my appeal to you all is help us keep both the Foreign Service and the Civil Service pipelines robust and full of good competitive people. And I want to assure you, we're not having any trouble attracting people to joining us. To further advance the Secretary's goals of modernizing American diplomacy and to win the competition for talent, and that competition in this low unemployment environment is especially fierce, we have made a number of new innovations to the Foreign Service selection process. For instance, beginning with candidates who took the Foreign Service Officer test in February, the department is moving to a fully virtual Foreign Service Officer assessment, what we used to call the orals. This change ends the requirement that candidates travel to participate in an in-person Foreign Service Officer assessment. This significantly increases accessibility for our candidates. It eliminates travel costs and other opportunity costs that have been barriers in the past and other logistics burdens. It improves our assessor's ability to have multiple looks at candidates. Not everything is riding on a single day that may be your best day or your most nervous day in life. They get to see the candidates fully. And thanks to live captioning and other adaptive services, whether or not you have a disability does not create a barrier for you to participate in the test. And finally, in case you're worried about the virtual aspect of it, it also tests our candidates on their tech skills, because in this, not to mention some of us who are already here, but those tech skills are actually integral to what we're doing now as a workforce. All of this has not compromised one iota, I want to assure you, the highly competitive selection process. We are recruiting for diversity of every kind, not just race, not just gender, not just disability, but also geographic. We're bringing folks to the department from all 50 states, every territory, and people who have lived overseas. We're bringing in people who are the firstborn or the youngest, bringing in people who are first-generation Americans or people whose families have been here for generations. We want all of that diversity added to our workforce. One other innovation I'll talk about, in January, the department announced a new targeted lateral entry program, nicknamed LEP, for mid-level entry into the Foreign Service. I want you to know we received over 3,000 applications for that program. And we are in the process of assessing the 100 finalists because they too must go through the Foreign Service Officer Assessment. It was mandated by Congress, the LEP program, back in FY 2017, just as we were going into a hiring freeze. But we designed LEP to meet the needs we have today, namely to recruit and hire a limited number of experts in areas critical to U.S. foreign policy. And many of those experts, that expertise, include things that are less traditional. So people who are hadn't necessarily looked for a career in diplomacy. These skills include emerging technology, health diplomacy, climate. These are all critical areas that are central not only to our diplomatic efforts these days, but to our national security and our prosperity. Of course, modernization involves not only recruitment and hiring, but also developing, training, and retaining that diverse workforce, and to make sure that they're equipped to meet the needs of the moment, as well as those we can hope to anticipate in support of U.S. foreign policy goals. We believe that the best way to serve the American people is to be a truly representative workforce, as I just mentioned. Bless you. Because it leverages our nation's greatest strength, our greatest comparative advantage in the world, the fact that we are the most diverse country in the world, and that diversity, including, again, all of its characteristics, give us the best chance of not missing any nuance about the world in which we operate today and how the U.S. needs to navigate in that world. So the challenges are many, but we are up to the task, I promise you, not only because you helped train us and gave us the legacy on which we are building, but also because you have our backs in the work that you continue to do and the young people that you are influencing today to join our ranks. Secretary Blinken asked me to pass on his regrets that he cannot be here in person today. You can imagine why. But he wanted very much to speak to you. And so he recorded a message for this special occasion that we will now play.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining this year's Foreign Affairs Day. I'm grateful to our friends at the American Foreign Service Association, the Dacor-Bacon House Foundation, and the Senior Living Foundation for their partnership and for making this event possible. To the retired members of the Foreign Service and the Civil Service who are with us this morning, welcome home. We're so glad you're here. And every diplomat, development expert, and foreign affairs professional joining us today, thank you for your service. Whether you've worked at the State Department, USAID, the Foreign Agricultural Service, the Foreign Commercial Service, or the U.S. Agency for Global Media, you've played an essential role in American diplomacy. You've represented the United States and nations across the globe. You've advanced our national security, created opportunities for American workers, businesses, entrepreneurs, fought for the rights of vulnerable communities, protected our shared planet. By making it possible for our people to study, work, and travel abroad, and helping citizens from other countries do the same in the United States, you built bonds between Americans and people around the world. Doing this often demanded a lot of you. Long hours, missing important moments with your families, being posted in places far from your community. Some of our colleagues also made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. Today, every day, we remember and honor the courage and selflessness with which they serve the American people. I see that spirit of service every day across our foreign affairs agencies. I see it in the way that our workforce meets challenges with conviction and resolve, going the extra mile to bring a crucial negotiation across the finish line, overcoming countless obstacles to get critical aid to survivors of a natural disaster, working tirelessly to free Americans wrongfully detained abroad, organizing a diplomatic delegation that strengthened ties with a crucial partner, ensuring our posts around the world can open their doors and do the work of diplomacy every single day. I also see a remarkable spirit of service across so many of your careers. As administrations have come and gone, alliances and partnerships have evolved, new technologies have rewired our lives, you've provided continuity, knowledge, and guidance that's helped our institution and our nation navigate an ever-changing world. So I've made it a priority to invest in our workforce, to make sure that everyone has the chance to develop new skills, grow their careers, use their talents to tackle threats, and seize opportunities for our people. Because we may not be able to anticipate every challenge, but we know that we cannot meet them without diplomacy, or without the leadership of our extraordinary diplomats, active and retired. Indeed, that's why Foreign Affairs Day was created nearly 60 years ago. In 1965, Secretary Rusk invited retired Foreign Service officers back to this building because he believed they were what he called a great national asset. He wanted to celebrate them, to encourage them to stay engaged, to keep drawing on their exceptional knowledge and experience. Now, a lot's changed since then. This event has grown to include the talents of both our civil service and our foreign service. This group has become more reflective of the country that we represent. And today, many of you can participate online, some from thousands of miles away. But one thing has stayed the same. You are a tremendous national asset. So many of you are still serving, volunteering in your communities to make them greener, sharing your regional expertise with this department, or teaching and mentoring the next generation of public servants. However you choose to stay involved, you continue to make our country and our world better through your service. Thank you, and have a great Foreign Affairs Day.
I should have mentioned as well that the number of reforms that we have we've undertaken or we are undertaking include greater agility and professional development for our civil service, including the first ever civil service training float, and reforms to the way we set wages for our locally employed staff. If you're like me, for years, we've been frustrated by the methodologies that were used. And we're also making great strides in the way we hire and compensate our family members, because again, they bring enormous talents and skills to our mission as well. Now I'd like to invite Angela Dickey, President of DACOR and the DACOR Bacon House Foundation, to the podium to award the annual DACOR Foreign Service Cup. Angela, thank you so much for the role that DACOR plays in being our home away from home.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Marcia, for having all of us back here today. I'm Angela Dickey, the president of DACOR and DACOR Bacon House Foundation. As many of you know, DACOR is located between here and the White House, and it's in a 200-year-old residence, one of the oldest in Washington, the oldest brick residences in Washington. Our mission at DACOR and the Foundation is to support the U.S. Foreign Service, diplomacy, public understanding of diplomacy, and preserve our house. That house has provided hospitality and community for the Foreign Service and the wider foreign affairs community since 1985. And since about 10 years ago, DACOR is not just an organization of retirees anymore. We don't use our name. We only use our acronym now. It's not just for Foreign Service either. We're following the department's lead. We welcome our civil service colleagues, active duty and retired, as well as contractors and other professionals working across the foreign affairs agencies and the national security spectrum. If you're sitting in this room, by definition, you can be a member of DACOR. We especially hope that you will visit our house during its 200th anniversary year next year. Ambassador Tom Shannon has agreed to be our VIP rainmaker for our bicentennial, and you'll be hearing a lot more about it. Regarding the 100th anniversary of the Foreign Service, I want you to know we'll be having a public forum on June 20th, co-hosted with the George Washington University Elliott School about the past and future with the Foreign Service. You'll be invited to that as well. I'm standing here today because, as you just heard, in November 1965, the Department of State, AFSA, and DACOR organized the first Foreign Service Day to bring together career diplomats, journalists, academics, and business persons to discuss international matters of concern to the United States. DACOR awarded the first Foreign Service Cup to Loy Henderson, three-time ambassador, undersecretary of state, and a founder of DACOR in 1967. With only a couple of missing years since then, we have been awarding the Foreign Service Cup on this day, now celebrated as Foreign Affairs Day, for about 60 years. After retiring from the Foreign Service and before coming to DACOR as a volunteer several years ago, I served for 2 years as the secretary of AFSA. And during my active duty years, I served on the AFSA board under the legendary late President Tex Harris. And so during my career with state and since then, I've had more than a passing interest in the intertwined history of DACOR and AFSA. It was DACOR, for example, that persuaded Congress to authorize pensions for retired Foreign Service personnel and benefits for their widows in the days before AFSA was a union or represented retirees. Prior to 1967, AFSA never testified before Congress. It left that work up to DACOR, which had been founded in 1952 as a 501c4 members organization, precisely to advocate for the Foreign Service, and particularly its retirees and their dependents. Why you're saying, why do you know all this inside baseball? The reason I know some of this inside baseball is due to the person to whom we are awarding the Foreign Service Cup today. He's written all about it in several terrific books you've probably read. I should say that we choose the winner of the Foreign Service Cup from nominations from DACORians all over the world who send in the nominations. And the nominator for this awardee was Daniel Serwer, who wrote a terrific recommendation, and I just have done the copy and paste thing. Daniel Serwer wrote to us in putting forth the name of his former boss, citing the awardee's, quote, exemplary, if relatively short, Foreign Service career, as well as his extraordinary efforts on behalf of American foreign policy in the almost 40 years since he has left the State Department. Dr. Serwer goes on to describe how our awardee joined the Foreign Service in 1967 and rocketed to the senior Foreign Service in 11 short years. The awardee served as Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for International Trade Policy in the Carter and Reagan administrations, when the State Department was an important player on trade. His overseas posts included Warsaw, where he directed the U.S.-Poland Trade Development Center, and Brasilia, where he was Deputy Chief of Mission during the successful transition from military to democratic rule. Among many other achievements, he quietly helped arrange a major Treasury bailout when the Brazilians got into deep financial trouble. He received a presidential award for meritorious public service, as well as numerous meritorious and superior honor awards from the department. As of today, our awardee has been out of the Foreign Service far longer than he was in it. Nevertheless, he has never stopped advocating for sensible U.S. foreign policy and for the U.S. Foreign Service. His 3 books on American diplomacy are unequaled. Career Diplomacy with Charles Gillespie, published by Georgetown University Press in 2008, Commercial Diplomacy and the National Interest, American Academy of Diplomacy, published in 2004, and Voice of the Foreign Service, A History of the American Foreign Service Association, published originally in 2015, and just like yesterday, the new edition is out. I recommend it to you. It has a really great new foreword and some juicy details. Personally, I have my own worn copies of Career Diplomacy and the Voice of the Foreign Service on my reference shelf, and they're marked up and really worn and tattered. I occasionally refer to them as I did for this presentation. Again, I refer you to the new book. You need to read the new book of the old book, the new version of the old book. And who exactly is this chronicler of American diplomats and their daring do? That superhero is the mild-mannered Harry Kopp. As the nominator wrote, Harry Kopp has made the institutions and people of the Foreign Service come alive, portraying their challenges and work carefully and accurately, but with sympathy and passion. It is likely that more applicants for the Foreign Service know what they are getting into from Harry's Career Diplomacy than any other book. U.S. Foreign Service has been fortunate in that Harry has spent most of his free time since leaving the service advocating for it. He wrote also a wonderful piece on the Dissent channel in the Foreign Service Journal in September 2017. I recommend that it's still very relevant. His concerted efforts over more than 3 decades merit appreciation and recognition. The Foreign Service Cup would be ideal as a tribute to someone who has never stopped trying to convince America that its diplomats are doing a necessary job well. That's what the nominator wrote to me, and I was convinced. So the draft citation, it may not be exactly as it is on the cup, so I'll go get the cup. And I will call up Harry. Gave me clear instructions. Okay, to Harry W. Kopp, for his dedicated service to the Department of, let me read this, can't hear me maybe. To Harry Kopp for his dedicated service to the Department of State as a Foreign Service officer and his extraordinary efforts on behalf of American foreign policy in the almost 40 years since he left the department, working to convince Americans they can be proud of the way the nation's diplomats are defending their country's vital interests. We're so proud to present that to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I will pass to you. Here we have Harry's name engraved on the bottom. Okay, going back to Lloyd Henderson in '67. Pretty important.
Wow.
I'll get my stuff.
Thank you, Angela, and thank you, Decor. Thanks to Daniel Server, who nominated me. He was not only a Foreign Service colleague, he is a fellow alumnus of New Rochelle High School. Yes, and thanks to John Nayland, who was the most careful reader of The Voice of the Foreign Service, the book that was released yesterday, and is immeasurably better for his efforts. And thanks to my wife, Jane, for her faith and patience and love. When I learned that Decor had chosen me to receive this award, 3 adjectives came to mind. I was astonished, I was astounded, and I was gobsmacked. I won't play the politician and say how humbled I am by this recognition, because I'm really kind of proud. And I'm not ashamed to say so. In a speech about 30 years ago, Chaz Freeman, Ambassador Chaz Freeman, said that diplomacy was a profession like law or medicine, and its practice should be restricted to those who are trained and properly credentialed. Now, I'm not so sure. When I look back on my career, I see that I learned how to be a diplomat by watching the great diplomats around me. some of whom you have probably heard of, and many of whom I expect you have not. These are Foreign Service stars like Walter Stessel, Tony Gillespie, Steve Bosworth, Eleanor Constable, Jock Shirley. Civil servants like Jules Katz, Marjorie Searing, Dick Rivers. Political appointees like Bob Strauss and Tony Motley, my great friend Tony Motley. If diplomacy is a profession, and I agree that it is, it seems to me to be an open profession, like journalism. More like journalism, certainly, than like law or medicine. The skills and qualities that diplomacy requires can be acquired in different ways. And there's no single gatekeeper, no board exam, no medical degree, nothing that excludes outsiders from trying to enter the profession and then succeeding. I think that's no bad thing. In the years after the Second World War, the Hoover Commission on Organization of the Executive Branch worried about the division in the State Department between the Civil Service and the Foreign Service. The commission called this a cancerous cleavage. Yeah. For the next 30 years or so, reformers tried to find ways to close that cleavage. And then around the time of passage of the Foreign Service Act of 1980, that effort was abandoned. I think that was a mistake. We all know that the Foreign Service and the whole idea of non-professional public service generally are under threat. We also know that a lot of recent efforts at reform have kind of fizzled out. But if I could fantasize, I'd like to see the next batch of reform efforts emerge from the civil service, as well as from members of the Foreign Service of all ranks and specialties. In union, there is strength, and maybe the cancerous cleavage can be healed at last. I did say fantasize. If I seem a little lost in the past, well, it's because my last day on active duty was nearly 40 years ago. But the Foreign Service has a powerful emotional hold on its members. And those of you who are retired know what I'm talking about. Those of you who are still on active duty will one day find out. We owe it to the country, and we owe it to ourselves to do what we can to protect and perfect this venerable and vulnerable and imperfect institution. I thank you all. Oh my goodness. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela, and congratulations, Harry Kopp. Those are inspiring words, and I think I speak for those of us who are active duty. We're already in love. One of the best honors of my job, excuse me, is recognizing the service of retired civil service and foreign service professionals whose careers have left a lasting mark on the department and on our nation. Today, I am very pleased to continue a long-standing Foreign Affairs Day tradition, the presentation of the Director General's Cups, to celebrate two extraordinary public servants. First, it is my great pleasure to present the Director General's Civil Service Cup to a cherished colleague and, yes, I confess, a friend, Susan Frost. Susan Frost joined the civil service as an eligible family member in 1998. She served in family member positions around the world, from Brasilia to Tijuana. In Washington, she worked in the Family Liaison Office, now the Global Community Liaison Office, managing the worldwide CLO program. She was also employed in the Office of Employee Relations, covering travel and leave policy, before returning to the Family Liaison Office, first as Deputy Director for 5 years, and then as its Director for 6 years. She retired from federal government employment in 2019 after a 21-year career, and now volunteers at a local free clinic, sings with 2 choral groups, and of course, enjoys traveling. Susan is married to Gregory Frost, a retired FSO. They have 3 children and 4 grandchildren. As the CLO, Susan knew what it meant to attend to the entire community's needs, from family members to employees, with spouses, to single officers, to everyone. And she was their advocate. They needed a person who could truly understand the needs of the community and communicate those needs with suggested solutions to decision makers. After deftly cloing, and yes, it is a verb, at 4 posts, she went on to hold a variety of roles in the Family Liaison Office, including, as I mentioned, 6 as the director. During her time at FLOW, she led 30 4-week-long CLO orientations around the world, introducing 775 CLOs to the complexities of their complex and crucial seats at the country team, and the ins and outs of these sensitive positions. It helped immensely that she doesn't suffer from jet lag. One of the most no-drama leaders I've ever met, her colleagues and that her colleagues had the privilege to work for and with, Susan and her sharp, empathetic flowsters guided mission chiefs, employees, and family members through over 100 post-evacuations, not to mention a grueling 18-month hiring freeze where the promise of EFM employment was, for a time, broken. Susan, I think you were also the inventor of the Big, Hairy, Audacious Ideas exercise. If that's not true, if it was Leslie, then Leslie, I apologize. But I sat in on a number of those brainstorming sessions where the goal was to think not just out of the box, but out of the room, and to really come up with unique ideas. And it was a tradition that I think caused CLO to come up with some of the most innovative things that we've been able to institute in GTM and HR before that. So I'd now like to invite Susan to join me on stage and ask that you all join me in a round of applause. Yeah, and let me read the citation first. Oh, brought the wrong glasses. In recognition of more than 2 decades of distinguished service with the United States Department of State, including critical roles while serving in essential family member positions in Lagos, Nigeria, Lyon, France, Maseru, Lesotho, Tijuana, Mexico, Conakry, Guinea, Tegucigalpa, Honduras, Brasilia, Brazil, and Buenos Aires, Argentina. while serving in Washington in the Family Liaison Office, now the Global Community Liaison Office. Management of the Worldwide CLO program saw new vision. Your service in the Office of Employee Relations, um, overseeing travel and leave policy, was extraordinary before returning to the Family Liaison Office as Deputy Director for 5 years and Director for 6 years. You brought vision and significant accomplishments to each program you undertook, and while doing so, you played a pivotal role in moving many of your colleagues forward through sound leadership and mentoring. Since your retirement from the federal government in 2019, you have used your volunteer work in free local clinics and choral groups as opportunities to inspire those interested in careers in foreign affairs and public service in general.
Good morning. I'm truly honored and more than a little bit surprised to receive this year's Director General's Civil Service Cup. Thank you very much. And congratulations to the DG's Foreign Service Cup winner, Marie Jovanovic, and to the DACOR Cup winner, Harry Kopp. My civil service career was probably quite different from those of former recipients of this award. 49 years ago this month, my husband Greg became a Foreign Service officer, and I became a dependent, as family members were known in those days. At that time, there was very little orientation for family members, no Facebook groups where you could ask questions, and the Family Liaison Office, now the Global Community Liaison Office, I'm sorry, I have to trip over that a little bit, didn't exist. We set off to our first post with very little idea of what to expect. Spoiler alert, it came out just fine. Like all family members, I didn't have a consistent linear career. Every time we arrived at post, I would explore employment opportunities, eventually be hired, work for a while, and then go on to another post where I started all over again. The pattern continued throughout my husband's career, during which time I worked in every section of the embassy that employs family members, as well as for USAID. I was always grateful for the opportunity to contribute to our missions overseas and learned so much from my colleagues, Foreign Service, locally employed staff, and other family members. I'm not sure I would have called it a career, but it certainly was very rewarding. My civil service career officially began in 1998 when I was hired as CLO under a family member appointment. This unique hiring mechanism offers a civil service appointment in the Foreign Service context and enables family members, me included, to qualify for civil service retirement benefits and earn non-competitive eligibility into the career civil service. It was a total game changer that changed my career and has continued to benefit family members ever since. I'm eternally grateful for the creativity, hard work, and persistence of supporters of family member employment throughout the State Department, most particularly in the Family Liaison Office. 2005 was a pivotal moment in my career. My husband was preparing to retire, and I distinctly remember him saying to me, "What would you like to do after having followed me around for 30 years?" That was not a question I'd ever considered, but I've tried to figure out an answer. While I was pursuing the process of becoming an office management specialist in the Foreign Service, Family Liaison Office advertised their CLO program position, very attractive to me as a 3-time former CLO. I ended up with a conditional offer as an OMS and a job offer from FLO. Instead of continuing our Foreign Service lifestyle, I chose to join FLO. What a great decision that turned out to be. FLO is a unique place to work, and I'm sure the name change to Global Community Liaison Office hasn't changed the culture. Everyone working there has a common background as a family member overseas, which leads to a cohesive and collaborative group of creative and hardworking employees dedicated to the mission of the office. I'm honored to have been part of the office and very proud of the work we accomplished there. As I reflect on my career, it never ceases to amaze me that I was able to stitch together a disparate and disjointed series of family member positions into a consistent and personally satisfying career. When I look back, I don't think about programs and policies, taskers, action memos, countless meetings. No, I think of the people, the professional relationships I had with colleagues, and the conversations, however short, with family members and employees. Together, we accomplished a lot, and I thank them for being part of my civil service journey. Thank you very much.
Marie Yovanovitch, also known to her colleagues and friends as Masha, is the author of a best-selling memoir, Lessons from the Edge. She is a distinguished fellow at Columbia University's School of International and Public Affairs, a non-resident fellow at the Institute for the Study of Diplomacy at Georgetown University, and a senior fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. During her 33-year diplomatic career, she served as U.S. Ambassador to Kyrgyzstan, Armenia, and Ukraine. She also worked in Russia, the United Kingdom, Canada, and Somalia, and in multiple assignments in Washington, including as the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for the Bureau of European and Eurasian Affairs, where she coordinated policy on European and global security issues. Masha modeled that unflappable calm that is so much more powerful than a raised voice. She disproved the conventional wisdom that one needs sharp elbows to be influential and successful in the Foreign Service. But even more, she cared deeply about everyone on her team. Countless times, she would ask about someone's personal crisis, a sick parent, other examples. Her big brain is matched only by her big heart. Her colleagues have said that they are more strategic, humble, and intrepid because of her, and they often ask themselves, what would Masha do? Masha answered that question on the world stage in ways none of us could have imagined, and she did it with grace, integrity, and courage. Thank you, Masha. Ambassador Yovanovitch couldn't be with us today, and so we offer our congratulations virtually. But she also left us with some pre-recorded remarks.
Thanks to everyone who has joined us for this special day, Foreign Affairs Day. I wish I was with you, because there is nothing like being with our extended State Department family, especially on the day that we are marking the 100th anniversary of the Foreign Service. It is a great opportunity to celebrate our important mission and the sense of purpose that binds us. I strongly believe that those of us who choose this career, this life, make a difference every single day, and I remain grateful for the many opportunities that I have had to do so over the course of my career. There is nothing more gratifying than working for the American people and helping to make the United States and the world more democratic, more prosperous, and more secure. At the beginning of my career, we were congratulating ourselves that the ideals of democracy and the promise of capitalism had vanquished the tyranny and failures of communism. The Cold War was over, and we could bank the peace dividend. 30 years on, it doesn't feel like the end of history, as some had promised. It feels like we now have not just the nation-state challenges of old, but the new challenges of terrorism post 9/11, pandemics, global warming, the often disorienting and dangerous effects of technology, and the tension between a globalizing world and a trending nativism, to name just a few. At the same time, our nation is divided. Our adversaries are uniting against us. Our allies are hedging. New powers are rising, and international institutions are unfit for purpose and under severe strain. No agency is better suited to meet this moment than the State Department and its dedicated diplomats. The quiet work of diplomacy can be, and often is, more effective and less resource intensive than just about any other tool in the U.S. toolbox. As we work to get our policies and our practice right for the times, we also need to strengthen the department. We need to take on the mantle of leadership in foreign affairs, intellectually through our vision for the future, and practically within the interagency to shape better outcomes for an uncertain world. To do that, we need more resources, clearly, but we also need to change our culture. We need to take risks, experiment, innovate, and have the courage of our convictions. We need to get out of our individual silos and build a broad-based knowledge culture, one that learns from the past, both our successes and our failures, and seeks opportunities to continuously learn and is rewarded for it. We need to grow the national security leaders of tomorrow. These volatile times, with old threats and new challenges, require no less. I know there is a lot of work being done in these areas, and that Director General Bernacat is one of the leaders of this effort. So I thank you, Marcia, for the work that you and your team are doing to reanimate the department. I am optimistic about the United States and the future of diplomacy, and that's because I know many of the up-and-coming stars of the department, and I know them to be full of smarts and, importantly, full of idealism and integrity. I also spend quality time on university campuses around the country and meet with the bright students who are coming up behind them. They are eager to jump into the arena and fix the world. The next gen gives me hope for the next 100 years of American diplomacy. In closing, I'd like to thank the DG for the unexpected honor of the Director General's Cup for the Foreign Service, especially when I see the list of previous honorees, giants of the Foreign Service, some of them people that I had the good fortune to work for. I am being recognized today because of them, because of their guidance and mentorship, but also because of the support and dedication of so many colleagues and friends, as well as the hard work and patience of those that I have supervised. This truly is a shared honor that I'm so pleased to accept on behalf of our Foreign Service family. Thank you, and happy birthday.
And now, I would like to invite Kyle Logton, the Executive Director of the Senior Living Foundation, to make a few remarks.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to Harry, Susan, and Marie. As we mark the 100th anniversary of the Rogers Act, the 100th anniversary of AFSA, it also reminds me that last year the Senior Living Foundation marked our own milestone of 35 years serving the Foreign Service community, the Foreign Service family. That was a time we had to reflect on our history, and it was a time of great gratitude to the people in this room, to those watching at home, and to so many others. The Senior Living Foundation was an idea born of those in the Foreign Service who looked around and asked a question: how can I help those in need? And like so many questions that come up, it was answered by the Foreign Service. We can do this. And over the years, this group, the Foreign Service family, has provided more than $20 million in support to their colleagues in need. That need takes a lot of different forms. In some cases, it's a former spouse who's not only struggling with grief and a change in life, but also struggling to make ends meet. It could be a recent widow who has their own form of grief, and in the midst of trying to bury a loved one, they're also trying to keep the bills paid while waiting for their own survivor annuity. It could be an active duty officer these days who gets a call in the middle of the night that their parent has suffered a medical emergency, and they've got to figure out how to coordinate care for that parent from thousands of miles away. It also could be very simply a retiree, a couple, an individual planning for the next stage of their lives and seeking professional guidance. In each of those situations and in so many more ways, the Senior Living Foundation answers the call. And it is because of your generosity, your giving, that we are able to support one another. I want to close with one story that exemplifies the work that you enable us to do. In the early days of the pandemic, the summer of 2020, I received a call from a Foreign Service widow who had been living on her own for almost 30 years. She had a very small survivor's annuity. She had a very small Social Security payment that came in each month from her own work, where she was scraping a living together on less than $1,200 a month. And even in the midst of that, she had managed to pay off her home, her car, and was almost making ends meet. But her roof was leaking. She had termites coming into her low-income home. She needed help. She reached out. We were able to answer that call. Not only were we able to provide, and still today provide, an ongoing support on a monthly basis to make her life just a little bit easier, we also are able to provide home health care now as aging is catching up with her physically, and care management services so that she can reach medical services and other needed support in her area. That's because of you. Thank you so much. Thank you for your ongoing support, and happy Foreign Affairs Day.
Thank you, Kyle, for the extraordinary work that the foundation is doing to assist the Foreign Service community, especially with their elder care needs, but so much more broadly. It is now my distinct privilege to introduce the 5th Deputy Secretary for Management and Resources, Richard Verma. Deputy Secretary Verma assumed office on April 4th, 2023. He brings over 25 years of international experience across senior levels of business, law, diplomacy, and the military. And he is no stranger to the department. During the Obama administration, Deputy Secretary Verma served as the U.S. Ambassador to India, where he led one of the largest U.S. diplomatic missions and championed historic progress in bilateral cooperation on defense, trade, and clean energy with one of our oldest but also challenging friends. He also served as the unofficial dean among those of us who served as ambassadors in the region alongside him. Prior to that, he was Assistant Secretary of State for Legislative Affairs at the department, and he also worked on Capitol Hill as the National Security Advisor to the Senate Majority Leader. Deputy Secretary Verma holds multiple degrees, including a PhD from Georgetown University and a law degree from American University. And I also want to emphasize that so many of the reforms that we have been enacting have been with his guidance, with his blessing, and yes, with his pushing. And we are so grateful to have champions like the Secretary, like Deputy Secretary Verma, giving us the impetus, the drive, the permission, and also the inspiration to make the changes that we've been able to make. Deputy Secretary Verma.
Thank you. Morning, everybody. Really, really great to be here. I want to thank the Director General. Thank you to AFSA, Decor, Senior Living Foundation, represented here by Tom, by Angela, by Kyle, for your leadership and for putting this event together each year. As you've already heard, today's event has a special significance because we're celebrating the 59th Annual Foreign Affairs Day and the centennial of the Foreign Service in AFSA. Now, I'm told this means the program will focus on the past 100 years and the way ahead, and I thought this sounded, frankly, awfully ambitious for a one-day program. But then I recalled that most of you can summarize the root causes of a foreign civil war in a 5-paragraph cable with pithy subtitles. So I expect you'll be finished by lunch, which is good because we are fortunate to have our Ambassador to the United Nations, Linda Thomas Greenfield, to be our luncheon speaker. So I'm really grateful for her coming down to join us. Again, I'd like to thank the Director General and her team at GTM, particularly longtime coordinators Shalia Moyer and Shirley Lisenby. It is because of their hard work that the program has now returned to its full form after a long COVID break. So thank you to both Shalia and Shirley. Fine. Let me also join the others in congratulating today's award winners and thanking all of you, every person here, for your excellence and for your dedicated service to the United States. I also want to congratulate the 15 Foreign Service officers that were confirmed by the U.S. Senate last night. Something that does not happen enough these days, but Tom and so many others have really worked on this, and we need to get back to regular order in the Senate where our folks get out into the field. As we are highlighting this month, the seeds of today's diplomatic workforce were planted 100 years ago on May 24th. It was on that day that the Rogers Act was signed into law, reforming U.S. diplomacy by establishing a career diplomatic corps based on competitive examination and merit promotion. It is unquestionable that Mr. Rogers' vision for a foreign service fit to serve the department's diplomatic purpose was a success. In the intervening 100 years, our team of foreign affairs professionals has grown from 633 foreign service officers 100 years ago to a diverse group of almost 80,000 foreign and civil service employees, locally employed staff, eligible family members, the contracted workforce, student interns, and others. Now, there are many moments we could look at when we consider this tremendous 100-year evolution, but I want to focus on just 2 points in time during my remarks. The first is 23 years ago, when Secretary Powell took steps that continue to resonate throughout the organization. Speaking on Foreign Affairs Day in 2001, Secretary Powell announced the decision to change the name of the day's celebration from one focused exclusively on the Foreign Service to a more inclusive Foreign Affairs Day. As Secretary Powell put it, it was time for the department to use this day to, quote, embrace the entire family, everyone who has made a contribution to American diplomacy, everyone who has contributed some way or another to the greatness of this department. Secretary Powell then went on to summarize the organizational challenges for the department at the time. He argued for staffing up the department for a changing world, fighting for resources, engaging better with the Hill, leadership training and a training float, more equity between the different parts of the workforce, equipping the department with the emerging technology of the day. Sounds rather familiar. Indeed, this was the famous speech where Secretary Powell promised that, quote, "I want every single employee in the Department of State to have access to the internet on his or her desk." Now, back then, the audience cheered. Today, I think it's fair to say, as we look at our inboxes, we might wonder whether this was a good idea or not. But what really resonates in that speech is how many of the needs then are things we are still working on now. And I don't see that as a fault, but rather a reminder from the past that it is inevitable that an agency tasked with engaging an ever-changing world must itself also be willing to embrace change and to modernize. And as I'll discuss in a few minutes, we are doing just that. Another notable fact about these remarks by Secretary Powell was the day they were delivered, September 10th, 2001. Approximately 10 years before Secretary Powell gave that speech, we were at the end of the Cold War, an inflection point that brought about an era of unilateral American leadership. The department pivoted quickly to engage with the former Soviet states and a changed Russia. I'm sure many of you even worked through those problem sets. By 2001, the strategic thinking Secretary Powell was looking ahead and seeing the department needed to modernize and adapt to this changed world. And then the day after his speech, the world changed yet again. And it would keep changing in momentous ways for the next 23 years. 9/11, wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, the Arab Spring, technological revolution, social media, disinformation, the pandemic, new challenges from Putin, and concerns about China's intent. October 7th, I could go on. But Secretary Powell and his successors still managed to see many of his workforce reforms through. And this department, this workforce, in turn, met the demands of the day every time with resilience, with creativity, and effort that delivered for the American people. One way Secretary Powell's legacy continues to resonate through the department is through our determination to bring new voices into our ranks, including by expanding our fellowship programs. These new offerings include the Colin Powell Leadership Development Program. It's a fitting name and a fitting program to honor the legacy of a dedicated soldier and statesman that fundamentally changed the department through his focus on workforce and organizational leadership. So let's turn to where we are now, the second of two eras I wanted to talk about. Some of you might have been here last year and recall that I spoke at the close of last year's conference. I think I was in the job for about 1 month, and we were in the midst of a crisis in Sudan. The whirlwind that started then has never really stopped. Over the past year or so, I've traveled to over 40 countries and a half dozen states, visiting our overseas and domestic missions and spending time with our workforce. People have been asking me, why are you traveling so much? Isn't your job here in DC? I can assure you I've had plenty of meetings here too. But I also think it's critically important to stay connected to the needs of our workforce, including our terrific locally employed staff. Now, there's a few reasons for this. As a former ambassador, I know, as will many of you that have worked overseas, how there can sometimes be a disconnect between the field and Washington. We talk a lot about building shared understanding with foreign governments. I think it's important to make sure we have that shared understanding between headquarters and our globally deployed workforce. I also come back from every trip inspired and motivated to do the right thing by our team spread across the globe. What you will find when you travel is that our teams around the world are as committed and dedicated a workforce as you will find, and that includes those that are serving in very dangerous and difficult conditions. At the end of the day, we are a national security agency with people serving bravely from Ukraine to Somalia and South Sudan to Iraq and Port-au-Prince and in so many other conflict zones across the world. I could share many stories of their creativity and effectiveness and heroism, but the main point here is this. In an age of increased competition, of global interconnectedness, of growing authoritarianism, it is vitally important for America's diplomats and development professionals to show up everywhere we can, to lead, to build, to grow, and to deepen cooperation. This mission is so important because, as Secretary Blinken often says, the world does not organize itself. Without U.S. leadership, there are often adverse consequences. And that is why the United States has worked over the generations to build an unrivaled network of global friendships, partnerships, and alliances to work with together towards our common causes. And it is this network that is the United States' greatest strategic asset. And our ability to continue to lead is so important because the world is always changing, including becoming more complex and some would argue less free. And it is on the shoulders of this department to keep that network strong and growing. Our diplomatic mission is also more important than ever as we see more countries competing for more resources with a more fractured international architecture involving renewed great power competition and a wide range of transnational threats. It was in this context, even before Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the attacks of October 7th, or the latest instability in Haiti or parts of Africa, that President Biden suggested the world is at another inflection point, a point where the decisions America makes now at home and abroad will impact generations to come. These decisions, of course, include how we approach our competition with the People's Republic of China or respond to Putin. There are also decisions about how we handle cybersecurity attacks and information warfare, how we push back the continuing threat of extremist groups, how we prepare for the next pandemic, address the impacts of climate change, or integrate artificial intelligence into human endeavor. So, how are we addressing all of these challenges? The first way is by, again, focusing on ensuring the department is fit for diplomatic purpose in this changing world. Under Secretary Blinken's modernization agenda, we are making sure this department continues to adapt, evolve, and lead on the global stage, leveraging the advantages of our diverse society and driven by the promise of a dynamic future. Since the modernization agenda was announced over 2 years ago, major organizational changes have reflected evolving missions, such as the creation of a new China House, launching of the Bureau of Cyberspace and Digital Policy, and the Global Health Security and Diplomacy Bureau, appointing our first Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer, and the launch of the agency's first DEIA strategic plan and major IT reforms. Each of these steps is helping the department to ensure we have the organizational capabilities necessary to address what we see before us today and into the foreseeable future. But of course, we also know that much of what we will face will be unforeseeable. Imagine when Secretary Powell made that great speech 23 years ago, he had no idea how much the world would change the very next day. But the leadership lesson we learned from that speech is just as valid now as it was then. If we want to be able to address the knowns and unknowns, we have to invest in our people. And that's why the workforce reform is the second big prong of the modernization agenda and a place where we are making tremendous strides. And let me just outline a couple of those areas before I wrap up. Our mantra is that we want to recruit, train, and retain the world's foremost diplomatic corps. We've made incentive structure for the Foreign Service more competitive. We're looking at civil service mobility. We're doing more surveys and feedback from our workforce. On recruitment, we are focused on making it easier for the department to win the competition for the kind of talent and diverse talent we need to succeed. As Secretary Blinken has noted, diversity and inclusion makes us stronger, smarter, more creative, and innovative, and gives us significant competitive advantage on the world stage. We're doing more than ever to seize on that advantage. In the last year alone, our 17 diplomats in residence and national recruiters have conducted thousands of in-person career events in all 50 states, as well as Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands, providing guidance and advice to students, professionals, and the community about department careers and student programs. We also launched paid internships, removing financial barriers to allow the brightest students from colleges and universities across our great nation to live and work in Washington, D.C. at U.S. embassies and consulates overseas. We're also excited to be transitioning Foreign Service assessments to virtual platforms. This is in keeping with the trend in the private sector, but also makes application to the Foreign Service more accessible to all. So we're trying to go out and find people who ordinarily would not have had a pathway to this department. That means all 50 states, all kinds of backgrounds, all kinds of educational and career experiences. We are expanding our training options, encouraging career-long professional development with new classes, curriculum, flexibility, and finally, yes, that training float that Secretary Powell mentioned 23 years ago. We also have several retention initiatives, but the one I want to highlight is broader than one single program. Rather, it is an organization-wide focus on making sure our ranks at all levels more closely reflect the diversity of our great country. This includes equity, inclusion, and transparency initiatives that are more consistent with our organization's values. We are far from finished leveling the playing field, but these are measurable and important steps forward. So these are just some of the recent progress and successes that we've had, and we are keeping our organization prepared for the tasks ahead. And we are not done. We are asking everyone in the organization for new ideas about where we can improve. And I'd like to ask all of you for your help as well. Yes, your service is not over. We need you to help us to continue to recruit the best and the brightest recruits for our organization. And I'm not just talking about international relations majors. The breadth of our international cooperation is so broad now that our needs include nearly every field of endeavor, from computer scientists working on artificial intelligence to life scientists working on global health, security, diplomacy. If you know someone interested in a foreign affairs career, send them to careers.state.gov to get more information. If you'll take that one request on board, perhaps all of us, retirees, current employees, fellows, and future employees, might look back on this time, this inflection point, 23 years from now, and decide our organizational introspection was well suited to the time, that we got more right than wrong, and that we worked together to prepare the department as well as we could to be the face of America to a changing world. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Deputy Secretary Verma. You mentioned I'm going to talk in a moment about my colleagues in GTM who did all of the hard work to organize this event and to bring you here. But we have a special presentation from Jason Richardson. Jason, where are you? Wonderful. Jason is a GSO within GTM's EX General Services Division, and a rising influencer whose idea became a reality in the form of a challenge coin to capture the essence of this momentous centennial celebration. I have to tell you, Jason did this completely on his own, very much inspired, and he worked with our state magazine team to design a two-faced coin that is really extraordinary. And we want you, sir, to have the first one. We are. Thank you. So before, quickly, I ask the audience to stand so that we can do a photo op with the Deputy Secretary and myself. I wish to take a moment to recognize our Foreign Affairs Day lead coordinators who have organized an outstanding program for us today, and by popular demand, brought back the discussion panels, the luncheon, and the continental breakfast this year. So, yes, we listened. So please join me in a round of applause for Shirley Lisenby, Shalea Moyer, and Jennifer Eckert. Ladies, no, you have to come up here on the stage. I'm sorry, you gotta come up on the stage. And in addition to Shirley, Shalea, and Jennifer, Adrienne Dorman, who this is her last day as my OMS in the GTM front office, she wouldn't leave until this event was a wrap. And then finally, Patty Hoffman, who is our EX director for GTM. She has one of the hardest jobs in the building, moving 9,000 people roughly a year in and out of posts and Washington, D.C., among many other things. And the Foreign Affairs Committee, because these ladies, I understand, are not going to be with us forever, and they want to make sure, in the best tradition of the Foreign Service and the State Department, that they have an apprenticeship for the next generation of organizers. Ladies, thank you so much. And then just a quick reminder that the panel discussions that the Deputy Secretary mentioned will start today at 11:30 in the Dean and the Loy auditoriums. Both panels will discuss the department's progress and its future. Please remember as well, mark your calendars now for next year's Foreign Affairs Day on Friday, May 2nd. Until then, follow us on state.gov and careers.state.gov to stay abreast of what the department is achieving and the opportunities, the ever-expanding opportunities available to Americans interested in serving in this important way. Thank you all for joining us today, and following the photo, I invite you to stay in this room and stay seated to watch the AFSA Memorial Wall ceremony here in the Dean Acheson Auditorium. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Can you all hear me? Nice to see you all. Honored members of the Foreign Service community, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for participating in this memorial ceremony. And if I could ask just at the top, if you haven't already, please silence your phones. Thank you. I'm Tom Yasgardi, and I have the privilege of serving as the president of the American Foreign Service Association during this centennial year of the Foreign Service and this centennial edition of Foreign Affairs Day. Today, we gather on this solemn occasion to mark the 50th anniversary of AFSA's memorial ceremony, a milestone that calls for reflection and reverence. Former AFSA President Tom Boyott was instrumental in inaugurating this ceremony in 1974, and we have proudly followed that tradition ever since. Around you on the columns are the names of 321 fallen colleagues who died in service to our nation. AFSA is proud to have been the steward of these memorial plaques, which were first unveiled in 1933 and which have been lovingly restored by AFSA in recent years. I am thankful that in the preceding year, no new name has had to be added to these columns. I'm deeply honored to be joined today by Deputy Secretary of State for Management and Resources, Ambassador Richard Verma. Deputy Secretary Verma's career-long commitment to diplomacy and dedication to advancing America's interests on the global stage is an inspiration to us all. His presence also underscores the importance of this ceremony and reaffirms the enduring bond between our nation's leadership and the Foreign Service community. To all gathered here today, again, thank you for your participation in this solemn ceremony. Your support means a lot to our Foreign Service family. It is a testament to the profound impact of our collective dedication to diplomacy and peace. The Foreign Service members whose names are on these pillars, some of whom I know personally, answered the call of duty with courage and commitment. They ventured into the unknown, often in perilous circumstances, to defend America's interests and promote our values. Their devotion to duty exemplifies the very best of what America has to offer the world. Today, as we honor their legacy, let us also reaffirm our solemn pledge to uphold the principles for which they so valiantly worked and to strive for a world where diplomacy triumphs over discord and peace prevails over conflict. Together, let us draw strength from their example as we continue to confront the challenges of our time with courage and determination. May their sacrifices never be forgotten, and may their legacy continue to inspire future generations of diplomats and development professionals to serve our country with honor, integrity, and abiding sense of public service. I now ask that everyone in the audience please stand as the United States Armed Services Color Guard presents the colors.
Come, forward, march. Hut, 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 hut. Forward, halt. Go. 3, let on.
Thank you. Please join me and our colleagues in U.S. embassies and consulates around the world as we observe a moment of silence, then followed by our national anthem.
Up. Right shoulder on.
Thank you. Finally, I ask that all of you remain standing while the United States Armed Services Color Guard retires the colors.
Color. Colors turn. March.
Thank you. I now invite Deputy Secretary Verma to the podium. Please be seated.
Good morning, everyone. Tom, thank you. Thank you to AFSA and for your continuing stewardship of the memorial wall, whose names, places, and dates serve as a continuing reminder of the risks of any diplomatic mission. This wall also reminds us that it is not in the bloodstream of foreign affairs professionals to walk away from a challenge. Rather, this is a diplomatic corps that has always been moved by the courage of its convictions to go out in the world on behalf of America, doing whatever it can to build global norms that reject evil, encourage freedom, and promote a more peaceful and just world. President Biden recognized this when he visited the department at the beginning of his term, acknowledging it is, quote, the leadership of diplomats of every stripe doing the daily work of engagement that created the very idea of a free and interconnected world. We are a country that does big things, and American diplomacy makes it happen. The president was right. Diplomats do make it happen. But it is also a profession that comes with the risks of going into the world into all sorts of situations. That is why when you walk by these walls, you see many of the sacrificed honored here are due to violence, but there are also those that pass tragically due to natural disasters or disease. It is a chilling reminder that the dangers of the world have always been rooted in science, economics, and nature, just as much as they are rooted in politics and violence. In our interconnected age, we wonder if this could become even more true. I mention this to reemphasize the promise of the Secretary's leadership agenda to ensure that this department remains fit for its purpose of building a safer, more secure, more prosperous world through global cooperation on all the challenges before us, whether rooted in politics or science. This all-encompassing mission of protecting America from any threat is and has always been our mission. We therefore honor today the 321 names memorialized on these walls and those others that we have lost but whose names remain unknown, for their dedication to this mission, for their service, and for their sacrifice. We honor them in our ceremonies and in our moments of silence, and we honor them by our efforts to build on the good that they created during their too short journeys. I would now like to ask the wreath bearer to place the wreath.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Secretary, for those meaningful remarks and for the department's continued dedication to the men and women of the Foreign Service. I express my heartfelt thanks to everyone who was able to join us here today, both in person and virtually. AFSA and I appreciate your taking the time to honor your colleagues and join us on this day. Thank you. I'd be remiss in not also thanking the department staff and my own AFSA staff for putting this event together, this meaningful event. I appreciate all the hard work that was done to do it, so thank you. This concludes today's ceremony. Again, thanks for your participation.
Testing, good. Good morning, everyone. It is time for us to get started. We have a large crowd and we need to get a lot of questions in, so I'm asking us to. Oh. Okay. Got a little light? Yep, I will.
Hello? Yes.
Yeah, works. Yes. Good morning, everyone. My name is Don Bauer. I'm the Chief Technology Officer for Global Talent. And I'm going to introduce the panelists for today to join the Centennial of the Foreign Service. I have the honor to introduce you, our moderator, Mr. Salman Ahmed, who will introduce the panelists and get the program underway.
Thank you so much, Don. Good morning, everybody. To the distinguished members of the Foreign Affairs Committee community who are here today and online and who recently retired from service, or not so recently, but who are forever part of service, special welcome back and welcome home. It's really wonderful. It's a great opportunity once a year to have such a distinguished group together to reflect on this foreign affairs community, but especially this on this occasion where we have the 100-year centennial of the Rogers Act. And therefore, it was thought that this would be a good opportunity to take a step back and reflect on the journey traveled over the last 100 years and what lies ahead, certainly through the remainder of the century and beyond. And it's really quite a remarkable journey, as you all know far better than I. Shortly after the Foreign Service was created, you have the challenge of building relations around the world as isolationism grew deeply at home in the wake of the Great Depression, and then having to move from isolationism to incredible exceptionalism in rallying allies to victory in World War II, and then shaping the foundations of a post-war system. And then shortly after that, Cold War ensues, and having to basically build up the West as the bulwark against Soviet aggression and the spread of communism. And then when the Cold War ends, during this time, during the Cold War also, the decolonization movement, explosion of countries, many of whom seeking not to choose between East and West, but to be non-aligned. And then when the Cold War ends, we've got the project that comes before the foreign affairs community to merge East and West and the non-aligned into a singular bloc. And that becomes the project. And then there's 9/11, and the project is to deal with a terrorist threat and to support two large wars. And here we are now with the post-Cold War era having come to an end, and the project is to shape what comes next. And a lot of that project is about preserving what was built over the preceding decades that has served U.S. interests in so much of the world so well, but adapting to the new realities we face. Geopolitical competition is very much back, an enduring feature in international affairs today, and in many cases our rivals are aligning with each other and cooperating in ways that are intended to thwart American power and influence. And yet, even in this geopolitical moment, where it makes international cooperation so hard, it makes international cooperation no less important to address the issues that matter to the lives and livelihoods of our people and people everywhere: economic security, health security in the wake of a pandemic, energy security in addressing the climate crisis, migration, conflicts, terrorist threat that still exists, proliferation challenges, and also maximizing the benefits and minimizing the risks of technology advances that will shape our way of life, our way of work, and our way of war in ways that we don't even fully understand. And, the fact that this department has been able to meet the moment and rise to the occasion and to transform itself so many occasions is a remarkable feat, and made possible first and foremost because of the talent and dedication and patriotism of the men and women who comprise the foreign affairs professionals. And so it's right that we honor you today. It's really what gives me great confidence and hope that as challenging as this moment is and what lies ahead, that we will meet it once again. And I think that we're especially honored today to have a panel with us to take the conversation forward among the very, very best, most experienced, most respected veterans that we have, and very honored to introduce them briefly and start the conversation. So immediately to my left, Elena Teplitz, who is performing the duties of the Undersecretary for Management at present and serves as the A Bureau Assistant Secretary. She's previously served as Ambassador to Sri Lanka and the Maldives, Ambassador to Nepal. Since joining the department in 1991, she has held overseas assignments in Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Mongolia, Albania, and Australia. Next, Molly Fee, Assistant Secretary for AF. Molly has served as Ambassador to South Sudan, DCM in Ethiopia, and most recently as the Deputy Special Representative for Afghanistan Reconciliation. Since joining the department in 1991, she served overseas in Jordan, Egypt, and Kuwait, and held assignments as Director for Iraq in the NSC and as Acting IO Assistant Secretary. Don Liu, next. And I understand Elena, Molly, and Don were all A100 classmates.
Have that 91 thing.
Yeah.
You still all look so young, too. I don't know how that's possible.
Assistant Secretary for SCA. Don has previously served as Ambassador to Kyrgyzstan and Albania and DCM in India and Azerbaijan. Since joining the department in 1990, he's also held overseas positions in Georgia and Pakistan and served as Deputy Director in the Office of Central Asia and South Caucasus Affairs in EUR. Next, Hugo Rodriguez, PDAS and CA. Hugo was confirmed in 2022 to serve as Ambassador to Nicaragua and has previously served as DCM and Charge in Paraguay, Consul General in Mexico, and acting PDAS and WHA. Since joining the department in 2000, he's also held overseas assignments in Peru and Italy and tours in the department's operations center. And last but not least, Bruce Bengal, who's the IRM Principal Deputy Chief Information Officer. Since joining the department, Bruce has served as Deputy Chief Information Officer for Foreign Operations and at missions in Iraq, Armenia, Japan, China, Sri Lanka, the Netherlands, Afghanistan, and South Korea. So as you can see, an amazing panel. I will start with the first question. First, looking back before we look ahead. We're meeting in a room today named after a person, Dean Acheson, who as Assistant Secretary, even prior to becoming Undersecretary and Secretary, he led the effort of Lend-Lease that helped arm Britain and our allies during the war and organized the embargo to cut off oil supplies to Japan, and headed our delegation from state at the Bretton Woods Conference to lay the foundations for the international economic order. You know, when people think about our big diplomatic accomplishments, it's often they refer to things in this period and the immediate aftermath, Marshall Plan. But the fact is that on every single year of the last 100 years, there have been acts of diplomatic heroism and genius that have had a major impact in the world. And so if I could ask the panel to reflect on, over the course of your careers, what is a moment of diplomatic heroism or a major moment in diplomacy that you feel really deserves to be celebrated? You may have led it, you may have been associated with it or privy to it, may have happened within your bureaus or others you've served previously. I'll put that to all of you and see if anyone would like to take a crack first.
I'll go first. So before we got started, I was talking, I think it was Ellen, and she was looking at us wistfully and saying, "Oh, I really miss being here." All I could think of was, "Oh, we really are envious of all of you. We were so looking forward to being done with this every day, the clearing of paper and all the kind of crazy stuff we have to deal with." I wanted to tell my favorite Masha Ivanovich story. I saw that Masha was getting one of the DG Cup prizes today. When I was a young DCM 20 years ago in the Kyrgyz Republic, Masha was a young ambassador, and we had recently welcomed her into the country. It was about 6 months after she arrived, and we had a crisis. We had initially one of our locally employed staff arrested and then a whole group of them by the KGB successor organization. So it was a pretty serious thing. So some of you will recall the surveillance detection unit, the people who run around and surveil ourselves to make sure the Iranians or other bad guys are not out to get us. But to many host governments, they look like spies, right? Because they're not inside the embassy compound. They have a office they work out of, which is often an apartment, and they're in plain clothes. Anyway, the Russians figured out we were doing this in Kyrgyzstan, and they went to tell the government, look, the Americans have a bunch of spies, go arrest them. So the first one they arrested was a young woman who worked on our staff. She couldn't have been more than 25, and they took her in for interrogation. And this was about 5 o'clock in the afternoon after folks were getting ready to go home. Masha found out about this, and she got into her car immediately with her driver and went over to the office of the head of the GKNB, the KGB successor organization, and said, release my staff person. And he refused and said, well, you're clearly spying on us. You're doing all these things that are beyond your remit, and this is a Kyrgyz national. It's my responsibility to keep my country safe. She fought with him for over 5 hours in Russian. If you know Masha, she speaks really good Russian. She gets really animated and very articulate when she's angry. And she can swear like a sailor, apparently in Russian as well. In the meanwhile, they're actually wrapping up other members of our team. And Masha finds out about this and tells me, I have to go over there to the office where they're getting arrested. So I wander over there thinking, why isn't the RSO going? Why am I going? Anyway, I'm there where they all get arrested. We all head over to the GKNB headquarters, which is the scariest place in Kyrgyzstan. And we wait. I'm not allowed in. They are taken in for interrogation. And it's soon midnight. It's 1 a.m. It's 2 a.m. And gradually we start to see some of our people being released, including one guy who fakes a heart attack because he thinks they're going to release him because they don't want him to die under interrogation. And he whispers to me as he's stumbling out of the gates of this prison that he's fine, actually, he's faking it. And so we put him in a Land Cruiser, and then the KGB figures out that he's faking it. And there's a high-speed chase through the streets of Bishkek at 2 in the morning where they try to re-arrest this guy. Eventually, all of our people get out. Masha leaves the chairman's office only when our people are freed. And the lesson I take away from that is loyalty runs 2 ways. Masha really was able to demonstrate early on to our staff that she's there for them in a way that surprised me. I've never seen an ambassador just go and camp in a minister's office, refusing to leave and curse him to high heaven for multiple hours. It is a lesson that I've taken with me my whole career.
Elena?
I might offer a thought about the internal transformation that's necessary to accomplish diplomacy, and Deputy Secretary Verma made reference to this, the apocryphal Colin Powell moment when he said, we're going to bring internet onto all of our desktops. And yeah, perhaps we regret it today, but it is a signal that we have to adapt to the times, that our world is ever changing. And today, with the pace of information traveling, at such speeds that it's almost impossible to take it all in and know what to do. It always feels like every year we have more crises than the last. Is probably not true, just due to, being overwhelmed by all of it. But the idea that we have to be connected to the public, we have to be connected to other governments. And so I'm thinking of more slow transformational moments. The idea that we conduct diplomacy today via WhatsApp or Signal. There's sort of a joke, right? We can't take our cell phones into our offices as ambassadors. So where do you find us? We're out in the stairwell with our cell phones trying to communicate with the foreign secretary or the, whoever it is you need to talk to about the issue of the moment. This is something I could never have imagined, right? Being, the job of the ambassador when I joined in 1991. And yet that is really the mainstay of what we're doing today. And ever more than before, our diplomacy is not about state-to-state relationships. It's also about our engagement with the public. It isn't about our the cultivation of goodwill. And to me, that slow transformation and the expansion of what it is we need to accomplish in order to achieve diplomatic success is, probably foremost in my mind. And as I have had my two ambassadorial experiences, but back here in the department, thinking about how we enable that kind of agility in diplomacy, it's hard. We have an ever-changing world, a lot of demands, and not all of the operational components necessarily work in our favor, and nor do the resources. And yet, as you pointed out, Salman, every day, we do manage to accomplish great things.
We've got the acts of courage and we've got the acts of more quiet adaptation to a changing world. Molly?
Salman, you were a part of the moment I'll highlight. So Salman has great patience for me because I've told him over the lifetime of our career, I think it's been defined by war, and war that was not really well considered and has created challenges for us. So I'm talking about the war of choice in Iraq. I'm talking about the expansion of the war in Afghanistan. And now where I work in the Africa Bureau, I see the consequences of our engagement in Libya and in Sudan, where we didn't, I think, follow up to those engagements. But we're also a learning society. And it's one of our great strengths, I think, as a society. And when I was working in New York at the UN, when Salman was still at the UN, I was working at our mission there. I was called up by Ambassador Crocker in 2007 because he and General Petraeus were pulling together a team to rewrite our campaign plan in Iraq to help fix the situation. So I was the only woman in a team of 24 people, and we spent 6 weeks in Iraq traveling all around and working at different sectors and coming up with a new approach that helped us overcome the shortcomings of the initial effort. And I think that may have been one of the most important and consequential efforts in which I was engaged. But Salman was involved because they called me and I thought, I don't really know if I want to do this. So we went out and he said, are you crazy? Of course you want to do this. So thank you for sending me off to that effort. So I think that was an important moment where I think many of you know that Ryan Crocker had written with a few others the famous Gathering Storm. Is Gathering Storm, was it? I think it was memo to say if we took on this war of choice, the consequences. And then he was a great leader. And when they said everything you warned us about has happened, he went out to help fix it. So it was a great honor to work with him and be part of that. Thank you.
And it is a great reminder that so many of all of you end up having to fix the very things that you warned should not be pursued. Hugo.
So I think I'm a relative freshman up here, but what I know now is that earlier in my career, I knew nothing. And so I am a little bit hesitant to go too far back, but I will say about 23 years ago when I was in my first tour, 9/11 happened. And when we talk about acts of heroism in the consular world, what Assistant Secretary Mary Ryan did for our corps, for our part of the Foreign Service, was an act of heroism. She took, unfairly in my opinion, she took the blame for the visas that were issued at that time. And as a result of her sacrifice, preserved the consular corps as a part of the Foreign Service, allowed us to then regroup under Assistant Secretary Maura Hardy, who is another great leader, inspiring leader that we have had. We've been blessed in the consular corps. After Mary Ryan, we had Janice Jacobs, we had Michelle Bond. We currently have and enjoy the leadership of an inspiring Assistant Secretary, Rena Bitter. But it was Mary Ryan who took the brunt of the blame, again, unfairly in my opinion, but preserved us to fight another day. And we have tried to honor that sacrifice by focusing on our people, developing a core competency, a DNA strand around leadership and around people-centered operations. and a focus on developing our staff and giving them the tools and the support and the empowerment to do great things. I think that all feeds back to that point. Thank you.
So much. Bruce?
Sure. I'm going to pull a little bit on the crisis management component. I think historically we were isolated back in the 90s, and if anything happened, it really took a lot of movement back here in Washington and at a post level to actually get things either accomplished or even ensure safety. And I think we've had significant changes in that regard. One personal thing that I can definitely relate to is in the last couple of years, as we've gone through a lot of these crisis management, whether that was in Sudan or the situation in Port-au-Prince, we've actually really changed the way we do crisis management. The establishment of the Rapid Response Corps is a good example where now we actually train individuals to be able to serve in those key positions to provide task force duties as necessary. We've also changed the way through both diplomatic security and Iron Bureau's efforts on communications and emergency communications. So I think we've taken a different approach on how we handle this, and this is really a great movement forward. And not to say we're looking forward to the future, but we're better equipped to handle the future.
Well, thank you all for that. Now I'm going to switch gears from looking back to looking forward. And I've mentioned these long-term trends that will shape the international system going forward. But there's also an expression that, there's no long term if you don't survive the short term. And as we're thinking about these big paradigm shifts for the decades ahead, we today are facing multiple compound crises in every region. And that includes conflicts as is unfolding in the Middle East, which have provoked very heated debate and scrutiny overseas, and has reverberated here at home, and even within the department provoked considerable debate, dissent. You've got political polarization in our own country that is apparent for everyone in the world to see, and obviously we're in an election year. And so the question I have for you is, what gives you concern, but also what gives you confidence and hope that we can not only navigate our way through these near-term challenges, but we can do it in a way that keeps our eye on the longer term that we need to shape in a new era? Sorry, it's kind of a big question for an early morning. I hope you had your coffee.
But Salman, what you're pointing out is maybe, the key piece of this diplomacy is the art of the long game, right? You're always moving through a lot of short-term moments to get to that longer term. And that's going to be, in my view, the key to addressing these complex and complicated crises, just as it has been in the past. How we do that, how we pull ourselves together. As many of you, I'm sure, have been following, we have new bureaus in the State Department. We're focusing on sort of different issues and trends in the world, from global health to cyber to whatever. Every crisis is just a little more complicated than perhaps it was in the past, and it isn't traditional warfare in the way it was in the past. And I think the key to the success is, what is that long run, goal that we're shooting towards, and then how do we kind of organize ourselves to get going in that direction? I think that means making sure that we've got the right skills in the organization, but also good, transparent dialogue. One thing I've certainly seen change over the pace of my career are the opportunities to have those conversations, both within the department, senior leaders, but also in vehicles like the Secretary's Open Forum and other conversations that can help inform these discussions. It's really key that we have those conversations, because there are no easy answers to all of these dilemmas. And of course, the Israel-Hamas conflict has highlighted that for us, which is very disturbing on a personal level for many people in the organization. But I think as we think through the policy choices that we're faced with, there is no perfect solution to what we're working towards. And that often characterizes diplomacy at the end of the day. So I think sticking with it and looking at the long run.
So ahead of SCA, the Africa Bureau was broken out of NEA in 1958. And the legislation that established the Bureau provided a single salary for the position of Assistant Secretary. And that's pretty much been the position of the Africa Bureau since then, trying to find personnel and programmatic resources to meet the needs of Africa. And I think there is promise and peril in the demographic shift in Africa. By 2050, Nigeria will be the third largest country in the world. By next year, the median age in Africa will be 19, which is, I think, half the age in China and the United States. And so we really need to catch up to meet Africa where it is. It's also the source of most of the world's critical minerals. So I find it a continuous challenge for us to keep up. Yesterday, I had 8 of 9 ambassadors confirmed, some of whom we've been waiting for 2 years. So that has meant posts that just, everybody knows you just can't do it. It's just too hard and it puts too much burden on people, and their best selves don't show up when they're overworked that way. And I also think, speaking to the trends you talked about, Salman, it's rather sad, or perhaps it's just the nature of human civilization, that we see a lot of what we saw when the Bureau was first established. We see a resurgent Russia competing for attention. And I think at home at that time, the then Soviet Union took advantage of inequities in our society. And those today, I think, weaken our projection and influence abroad because we're having so many problems at home. But on the other hand, what's really exciting and what gets me up every day is Africans really would like the United States to be a partner. They really do still admire us, and they would like us to be more engaged. So the challenge is, again, to see if we can have the resources and the capabilities to meet them where they are at this moment. Thank you.
So,
Don?
super fun to be on this panel, but particularly fun to be on the panel with 2 A100 classmates. We were 20-somethings a few years ago when we got started in this business. And I'm a little worried. Yeah, well, that's not true. But it's those 20-somethings I'm a little worried about now as we think about the future of the civil service, the foreign service. We're having a moment, right? I have 2 kids in college. I'm very much hoping I can keep my salary for a little longer to get them through college. But things are happening on college campuses that are raising a lot of questions. And I was happy to hear the president give remarks yesterday. They were very short, they were very scripted, until he went off script afterwards. And when a journalist asked him, well, are you going to change your policy? And he said, no. Okay, I'm a realist. I know that probably student demonstrations are probably not going to change our policy. But I think the last thing that kids who are in their teens and early 20s want to hear is they're going out every day in the rain or the heat and standing in tents, and no one's going to listen to them. And I feel that a little bit here in the State Department. The Secretary challenged all of us in December to meet with our staff and talk about the conflict in Gaza, to listen to them. And I was shocked. I don't work on Gaza at all, right? We work on South Asia and Central Asia. I had many people in my office in tears talking about resigning over this. And it reminded me of some of the years that you will no doubt remember of the Balkan Wars or Iraq, when many of us were thinking, should we continue to do this? And we had questions about our policy. We're in that moment now. And I worry about the lesson we're teaching this generation about what are we really listening to them? Are we serious about taking into consideration policy objections and concerns from all levels of our building? I think Salman has been terrific in trying to push up the views of people at every level. I'm not sure those are reaching the policy. And I see that every day. And I think that's one of the lessons young people in our service are learning right now.
That's really interesting. Because for me, the youngest generation of foreign service officers is actually one of the things I'm optimistic about. All foreign service officers pass through a consular section now before they move on to their mid-career assignments. So we get to see them early. And they have high expectations. They have high expectations of us, and they have high expectations of themselves. And they are unafraid to express those expectations and those opinions. And I think that's good for us. 10 years ago, if I talked to you about my mentors, they were all older than me. And now my mentors are all younger than me. And I seek as frequently as I can to identify folks in this younger generation who can help me understand their perspective, that can help me incorporate the way they look at the world into how I try to lead my organization. And they're bright and they're passionate and they are filled with energy and creativity. I share Don's concern that we ignore them at our peril. But I think that if we do this right, the future's in good hands. Just to go back briefly to the Elena's early point about crisis. When I joined the Foreign Service, 9% of the American public had a US passport. This year, 49% of the US public has a passport. So not only is the world a less predictable place, a generally more dangerous place, but there are more Americans venturing out there. And that means that as we talk about crisis, we put Americans first, and we need to be thinking, how do we protect them from themselves? Because they need that. We tried that last year. It didn't go so well. And then how do we respond? And we are seeing just today, another American citizen arrested in Russia, right? This is the new normal, and it is far from normal. And so we have to adapt to this new reality where more Americans have passports than ever before. And that wave of demand is not receding. It is going to keep rising. And so we in consular affairs have to plan both to fulfill that demand. And we're looking at what types of technological tools are going to allow us not just to issue those first-time passports, but 10 years later, renew those passports. Those are big numbers. At the same time, we have to be ready when they get into trouble overseas. And how do we pull them out of trouble? And what are the tools we can use to get to them, move them to safety, right? At the same time, more foreign nationals have visas than ever before. Last year, we issued 13 million all-time high. Most countries in the world, we had all-time high processing rates. And so in times of instability, there's always a rush to safety. And that, I think, is what's pushing a lot of that visa demand. Is people want to have that in their pocket. They may never travel to the United States, but they want an escape hatch. And so again, how do we as consular affairs orient ourselves? We cannot staff our way out of this problem, right? The Foreign Service cannot absorb enough humans to put enough visa adjudicators out in their first tour to fulfill that demand. And so we are increasingly looking at technology. We're looking at creative solutions. Our authorities are 60 years old. And we have to be aggressive about seeking new authorities that allow us to adapt more quickly, to say yes, when historically the answer has been no. And so the current exigencies are forcing us to be more creative, more active, more agile. And I think we're going to be increasingly looking at that in the next generation who can tell us what those technologies can do, right? And who can prepare us for the world's youth, because they're coming. Thank you.
So the conflict I'd like to address is probably something that's not as widespread, which is on the digital front. The department, I will be completely honest, is the most attacked organization when it comes to the digital frontier. Just for the sheer fact that we're located globally, we are defining policy all over the world. And so that is very much of interest to a lot of bad actors. And I will say, though, on the flip side is, since our implementation of different security initiatives. We have grown in the last couple of years, especially, to be at the leading edge. And a good example of that is within the last several months, we actually were the first organization to find a vulnerability that nobody else in the world discovered. So we have basically reached a point where we're leading efforts on the digital front. The establishment by the Secretary for the Cyber Bureau allows us to push our policies forward, and we continue to do this through our modernization efforts. We are at the point right now where we actually have other agencies and even private sector customers coming to us on what is our playbooks when it comes to cybersecurity. How do we protect our information? And so we're using this to not only, I would say, teach other folks, but also to show them what are best practices within your ecosystem or within your country. As you are all aware, right now we have significant challenges from Chinese industry that impacts not only us, but other countries. And so we are making a concerted effort to then try to help those nations with how they implement technology within their organizations. The Secretary also, with his establishment of China House, has allowed us to actually combine not only the technology component, but the other policy components into our initiatives to I would say, deliver what we need to deliver to our foreign nations.
Thank you all for this. I think it illustrates what Secretary often says is in these moments, the way the United States needs to lead is with confidence and humility. And I think you've shown that we have ample cases of trends that we've experienced in the past, going back to the 50s and 60s, where people bet against us, and we have overcome. We have a level of resilience. We have a record of adaptation. We have moments of courage that we've shown. So, and we've got incredible talent, including incredible talent coming up. That should give us confidence. But I think you've all pointed to the ways in which we should also approach the moment with humility, because the challenges we face are significant, and the constraints we face are as well. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Don to help us navigate the Q&A. I think we've got about 20 minutes to field questions from any of you here or online.
All right. I don't know who's tracking online, but do we have any questions for the panel?
I came here in the 70s, and I don't want to talk about a lot of things that happened. I came here when they didn't want to change, but I was here, and it was horrible. In trying to be a Foreign Service officer and to deal with the colleagues that weren't ready for women and someone that looked like me to come. Also, I want to ask you about consulate. At that time, there was a lot of not giving visas to Africans, Haitians, and anybody of, the African descent countries. I'm an American of African descent, a descendant of those who were enslaved here. So I had double whammy, even being in the Foreign Service. I actually, in Uruguay, when I got there, they put me in jail because they said I was not a Foreign Service officer. I was impersonating. I even had a diplomatic passport. But I think you all have come after me, so you don't know. But you're looking different, not too different. And I see less of us than it was back then. So I just wanted to make y'all aware of that. And I'm trying to be polite.
Thank you.
I think we should all stand and thank you for having the courage to come and work in an institution like the State Department was. I can tell you, everyone in this row makes an effort to make sure that the State Department isn't that way in the future. And we still have a lot more work to do in terms of hiring and retention, but it's something that all of us work on regularly. Thank you.
And I might sort of further add that as we're celebrating the 100 years of the Foreign Service, and the Director General said this morning, reading up on the Rogers Act and sort of how it came to be and kind of what was contained in the act, it was both sort of an exciting moment, but appalling at the same time. We've come a long way. There's obviously more to do. And I think today we have more opportunity to not only recruit a more diverse workforce, but have greater respect in our workplace. Many dimensions of discrimination have characterized the State Department over the years, whether it has been with regard to women, people of color, the pink scare of the 50s and 60s, whatever really ignominious period that you want to point to for the department. And acknowledging that, I think, is very important for us. But still, we've got to take a look at how do we continue to improve? How are we going to get better? It's not necessarily something we can hire our way out of. It is also about the culture of the organization and the workplace. I think we're fortunate at this point that there is a very significant effort to shift that culture so that we are a more inclusive workplace and we are a more respectful workplace towards one another, and that we don't have experiences like Hugh had, or even when I joined the Foreign Service at my first post, somebody said, oh, I introduced myself and said, oh, I've seen that name on cables. Does your husband work here? So, that's still within some of our recent experience. But these are things that, not so humorous, maybe humorous, I don't know, in retrospect, but that we don't want to have repeated going forward. So being able to share and tell the stories, I think, is really key, because these are the incidents we don't want to repeat. These are the building blocks, we really want to set aside, because the institution can be better than this. And certainly our policy goals in this space are ones that set a standard for us, and we should be living up to them.
Hello, Piper Campbell. I heard the Director General say earlier this week that the average age of incoming Foreign Service officers is now 36. And thinking about, a couple of you referenced the younger generation, but in fact, if the average age of folks coming in is 36, they've graduated from wonderful universities like American University, hello? No, but in any case, they've graduated, they've done something after graduation, and they're coming in with a lot of experience. They're also not necessarily going to be committing to the full 30-year career that you all did. And I wonder what changes you see the organization already making to sort of incorporate some of those changes related to people entering later, people entering with more experience, and also having a different thought about what a career in the Foreign Service means.
Who'd like to, Hugo?
I'll just say, I think you've put your finger on a really important issue for us, and one that we didn't address as we talked about challenges moving forward. I like to use the metaphor of a nursery where you grow trees, right? And historically, we would plant a seed at the FS 05 or 04 level, and we would nurture that seed up through FS 01, OC, MC, and that tree would be ready to lead an embassy. We're not able to guarantee that that seed we planted for at 04 or 05 is actually going to make it anymore, right? Many of our colleagues get to the mid-level ranks and for whatever reason decide there are other opportunities, there are better opportunities, I'm going to take the skills I have. Or more frequently, this is a real trauma on my family. And moving to places where the schools might not be up to snuff, or there's the uncertainty of violence, danger, whatever, or my parents are getting older and I need an option so that I can be with them in Spokane and not, in Washington or in Rome. So we have to be really creative about how we do this. And this, maybe Elena can talk about the LEP, the lateral entry program, where we're bringing folks in at a slightly higher level. But again, the challenge is we want our strongest leaders, our most developed folks to stick around long enough to actually lead, to get into DCM jobs, principal officer jobs, chief of mission jobs. So we have to be thinking about that throughout the course of their career, giving them a reason to stay, continue to grow with us, continue to develop those skills, and be here when we call on them to lead our missions. This is a trend that we need to pay close attention to.
So when we joined 32 years ago, actually our median age was 32. And so we had several people in our class who were coming in as a second or third career. Chris Stevens was one of those. Chris, who was our ambassador in Libya before he was killed. And it reminds me, there were just tremendously talented people who will, if given a chance, rise very quickly in our service and do amazing things. There are also members of our class, I think of Leilani Straw, who I think joined, I'm guessing in her late 40s, but I don't know, could have been 50s. And she was very much looking at, what experience can I get out of this? Where can I go with my husband and have an adventure? And it wasn't about climbing a ladder. It was about contributing in her own way and trying to enjoy the opportunity to live abroad. And I think there's something to be said for that. Not everyone joins this career because they want to reach the highest heights. They want this for other reasons. It's a steady paycheck where you get paid to be in exciting and interesting places sometimes, and sometimes really hot and dusty and awful places. But there is a whole culture and lifestyle that I think is a part of what we do for the Foreign Service side and when civil servants go on excursion tours. And I think we need to value that and accentuate it, because it's really a part of why we do this. It's not all about just racing to the top.
I bet just cap off by saying, just like I think sort of diplomacy and foreign affairs is no longer strictly a bilateral game. It's not even a multilateral game. It's a three-dimensional game with all of the issues that we have to address, creating really complex environments. The opportunities for leadership, the skills that we need also are increasingly diverse. Hugo mentioned the lateral entry program which the Director General referenced in her remarks this morning. And that is about bringing in people who have greater experiences. We're targeting people of experience with digital policy and cyber policy, environmental experience, looking at folks with a deep expertise in the Indo-Pacific. How do we cultivate people who bring specialized knowledge, who can enter perhaps in small numbers at the mid-ranks? How do we grow that talent? How do we cultivate leadership in the right places? And it's no longer just leadership of, an embassy. We have people who work on issues and go into Syria. We have people who are in non-traditional configurations to address, conflict in the world or specific issue sets. All of that world is open to us and to people who are joining the Foreign Service. It's hard to convey what that diversity of opportunity actually looks like, but I think the people who join can find themselves in it if the institution can help cultivate and support and sustain them through what are really difficult aspects of the lifestyle.
Better? Yeah. Turning it on helps. As one who's enjoyed the hot, dusty, and awful places. But I just wanted to ask you a little more on this question of people departing. Now, I've been out quite a while, but it's at least 20 years that I've been told that the next generation of Foreign Service officers are not like us, and they're not going to stay, and they're going to leave. But in point of fact, at least for at least 15 years of that, the statistics have not validated this. The departures have been more or less within historical norms. And I know you've begun fairly recently in this administration, to your great credit, a much more intensive effort to interview and find out why people who do leave in mid-career are leaving. And so before one gets carried away yet again with having to redesign the service or the department somehow in order to attract people to stay who aren't leaving, I wanted to ask you, what is the reality, not the theory, but what are you finding out? Are the statistics changing? Are you seeing really any increase in people leaving? By certainly we want to keep, what are you finding about why people who leave in mid-career do leave? And what does it tell us for the service?
Yeah, Ambassador Newman, that's a great question. And we have started what we've called the stay survey. Sort of why are people staying, but at the same time, it gives us a hint as to why they're leaving. And it is not simply about the structure of lifestyle, although those are great factors in the quality of both life and performance. I think an equally important question is, if people are they staying happily? Are they staying engaged and productive? Or are they, angry and resentful about either work conditions or lack of promotion or lack of opportunity or whatever it is that, might be causing concern? But you're correct that our attrition rates remain low. So the question becomes, who's leaving and why? Some of the people who are leaving are the ones we worked really hard to cultivate. They're people who came to us through Pickering and Rangel fellowships. They're first-timers, whether it's first-time college or university, or even considering this kind of work. They're people of color, they're women. And that is, I think, problematic, because as we were saying earlier, we want to have a diverse organization across many, many dimensions. But we definitely want people to stay at least long enough to hit, a mid-career, let alone a senior career. So that's problematic. One of the reasons that's really troubling that people leave is having a bad boss, is what it amounts to. But toxic work environments, poor supervision, whatever you want to call it, it comes down to needing to do more to cultivate the leadership and management skills of people we're recruiting for a career long. Another thing that Colin Powell did was institute mandatory leadership training at intervals through one's career. This is something I think we all would love to grow, but we know that these are skills that are increasingly important. One thing that we have done over the past couple of years, and I see the DG in the office, she, to her credit and to many others, is introduce greater transparency in the process by which more senior leadership is selected. So for DCMs, principal officers, ambassadors, other senior officers in the department, making sure that we are looking hard at the leadership quality of all of those candidates. That is going to matter to retention, not just to keep people from leaving, but also to retain a workforce that is, we want to avoid retaining a workforce that is disengaged and disenchanted with the organization, and then not delivering their all at the end of the day.
Can I just add on this question of who is leaving? I've never seen the statistics, but I read the promotion lists every time they come out. And boy, when you're at those lower levels, the names are so diverse. It's like looking at a roster at the United Nations. We are successfully attracting diverse people. And as you see that list go higher and higher towards FS1, Senior Foreign Service, it becomes more white, it becomes more male. And AFSA had a statistic that I can neither confirm or deny at the beginning of this administration, that the Senior Foreign Service, those of us who were left, were less diverse and there were less females than in 1984. I don't know if that's true. It felt true. As you look around at who's left after 32 years, I can't say it's as diverse as when we started. And I don't know why people of color and women leave at higher levels, but I suspect I know why. And I think it's because people have bad experiences in this business, and that is a collective responsibility of all of ours.
Have bad experiences and aren't supported through those experiences. Bad things can happen at any time to anyone sort of along the way, but if the institution leaves you out in the cold, you remember that, and you either leave or you disengage. I can't validate that statistic, but I will say, for those of you who have an interest, our Office of Diversity and Inclusion about a year and a half ago was able to do some statistical analysis of demographic data, which I think has been released. Has been released and is out there somewhere in the public, maybe even on our websites. And that is something that might be of interest to you to take a look at kind of where we have come and maybe where we need to go. And, you know, organizational culture clearly plays a huge role in that.
One more question.
So I was watching NewsHour the other day, and they were interviewing, I don't know what they call them these days, but what we used to call PACCOM, and they talking about somewhat military things, but more generally, a lot of stuff that had to do what I would have thought would have been diplomacy. And yet, here they were talking to some guy who was an admiral. And I think this has been a growing, as I see it, a growing problem. I mean, I remember even back in the Afghan days when Dick Holbrooke said, you know, my military counterpart has more airplanes than I have telephones. And I think this is, you know, so to some extent, it's maybe very hard to deal with it. But at the same time, I wonder if people have been thinking about this, because I think it is kind of too bad if our diplomacy and our international relations becomes so sort of militarized and the State Department kind of loses out. And I'm wondering what people have to say about that, if things are being done to deal with it, if things can be done to deal with it. We're never going to get the kind of budget, obviously, that the Defense Department has, but there might be other things. Thank you.
I suspect you might have views on this.
My mischievous friend Don handed me the microphone. Yes, it's a real problem. And I think all of us who've had the opportunity to serve at the National Security Council, which was the original Department of State, which we shared with the original Department of War and Department of Navy, remember the doorknobs, right? And the distinguished seat in the cabinet room for the Department of State, regret what's happened. I think there's been a lot written about this. From my assessment over my career, it changed after 9/11, when Secretary Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney were successful in shifting an enormous amount of authorities and resources to the military at the expense of the State Department. I'm sure Ambassador Newman will recall many episodes of ambassadors in NEA having no idea what the military was doing in their AOR, and often unhappily. So I think it goes back to, it's a national challenge, right? And you can see the challenges we have with Congress. We really have lost the bipartisan character of how we approach foreign affairs. We've lost the ability to mobilize resources appropriately and allocate them reasonably. And so we're often all playing catch up. I do think that within the State Department, often there are a lot of great ideas, and sometimes great ideas are compelling and carry the day. But trying to coordinate with the military, I think, remains a real challenge. The best military officers I know understand the value of diplomats and seek out our engagement. And that's when you can really see us sing, if you will, abroad, because we're working together in unison. But they don't have to do that, given the way it's structured. And so, is that too negative, someone?
Sadly, we're out of time. I want to thank everyone in the audience for the questions and the really important points you've raised, and to our distinguished panel for being so open and honest in the responses. It's been a pleasure to have this opportunity with all of you. Don, I'll hand it back to you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Solomon, and the panelists for your feedback. I have three things to mention for housekeeping. If you're attending the lunch in the Franklin, please be seated by 1 p.m. Remember, bags need to be checked at the 23rd Street lobby before you enter. Also, the Delegates Lounge will be open for badging for those that need retirement badges. And finally, the museum tour. If you wanted to do the National Museum of American Diplomacy just outside the 21st Street entrance, the tour starts at 3 p.m. So thank you.